everything. Scroll past it, and then you're just gonna say,
I wish you'd stayed.
I wish I'd stayed too. Now I wish
Sanibonani. Uhlelo lwethu sesizoliqala. Siyacela ukuthi bonke abangaphandle basondela bese sithathe ama-seats wethu. Kungakuhle ukuthi sithathe ama-seats lawa angasekuqaleni ukuze laba abazongena seyiqalile i-program bangasiphazamisi. Soqala nje in the next 5 minutes or so. Siyabonga. Basekhaya kule nto.
Sanibonani.
Ufundisi nje lapha ekuqaleni.
Ninjani? Ngiyacela siqale our program. Greetings to everyone who's part of this particular gathering. I will try and switch on in between the ETV and also SABC 1. Madam Gupumdile KwaZulu. I'm the member of the KZN Provincial Legislature, but also usihlalo waka Public Participation and Petitions, a standing committee in the legislature. Asiqale nje nibonga ukuthi senikhona, but also not taking for granted ukuthi we are here because of his mercies. Anything would have happened during our sleep, anything would have happened sisendleleni siza la, kodwa his mercies asanele sonke also wasivikela. Ngiyafisa ngoba isikhathi sesithanda ukulimala, kanti sizobuyela nasemuva sonke, siyafisa ukufika siphephile. Ngiyacela isiphithiphithi singabi khona ngoba sesiqala iprogram. Honorable members, sinayo-ke indlela esihlanganisayo as the nation when we have these gatherings, whether eyahulumeni, kodwa we also understand that we are united in diversity. So that diversity siyakwazi ukuthi sisebenze ngayo. Sizocela ke siqale iprogram formally. Uma sizothola i-item ye-national anthem. Uma sesiya kwi-national anthem as part of umthandazo wethu sonke that unites us as the nation, and isikhumbuza ukuthi sivelaphi. While sithi sivelaphi, siyazi ukuthi khona abasala endleleni belela lenkululeko esikuyona. So siye sibe nakho ukuzotha, giving igesture efanele. Siyacela abantu besilisa uma kubuye khona abathwele igqoko ngaphandle ke kwabagunyazwa inkolo yabo, kodwa uma kuwukuthi nje ngisithwele ngoba ngihlobile, siyesicela ukuthi mhlambe bazethule. Kodwa ke also asilindeli ukuthi kube khona any form of movement uma sesicule i-national anthem. May I then request that we all rise and sithole the national anthem. Thank you. We may be seated. Ngiyacela sidlulele to the next item. May I then request Pastor Ndudeni of EThekwini Interfaith asinyusele enkosini ngomkhuleko.
Observing the protocol, ngibingelela abaphathi bethu abakhona la. Ngibingelele wonke ama-religions that are presented in this place. Egameni likaJesu. We are strengthening women's participation in democratic processes and their presentation. Before I could pray, Bazalwane, I just want to emphasize this. It is important for us as young women to acknowledge and understand ukuthi ayikho into esingakwazi ukuyenza mangabe sisana ama-shackles. When I say shackles, if you are still under fear, if you are still under that cage of not being free, truth of the matter is you cannot govern, you cannot lead, you cannot do anything. I've got a scripture before we pray that says in Proverbs, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. With this scripture, I want to say, Bazalwane, all the fear esizwayo siyabantu besifazane, GBV, poverty, high rate of unemployment, there's lots, the list is endless. We gotta turn our faces to God. Mangabe sibheke yena sasaba yena, all these shackles are bound to break in the name of Jesus. Hallelujah. Can we all bow our heads and pray? Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are here, Lord. We thank you for gathering us in this manner, oh God. As we are here, Lord, whatever is going to be discussed, whatever, Lord, that you are going to give us wisdom to break down as women, young women of the nation, we pray that your wisdom descends to this place, oh God, and overrule Nkulunkulu Engcwele, so that all the fear and all the shackles that we are facing as young women, oh God, may break and be destroyed. Egameni likaJesu, lead this gathering, oh God, cause everything that happens in this place to work in harmony. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu Pastor Ndudeni, siyabonga dadewethu. Siqhubeka neprogram. Siyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi our young people, young women for that matter, this is our month and it was dedicated to us because of the struggles of our forebears, the women of 1956, who took upon themselves ukuthi enough is enough. Ayibethi-ke ukusula amadoda kuyabikwa, Chief Whip. Ngisanda kuzwa ukuthi akuchini lapho. We are very specific ukuthi kubikwa kubantu besifazane so that there can be a solution. So siyabonga kakhulu ngale program, but sifisa ukubonga nina kakhulu ukuthi nibe ingxenye yethu. We might have ideas, but if we do not have abantu that support that particular idea, kusho ukuthi ngaba i-program, we can then venture into expenditure unnecessarily. Singabukeka mhlambe ukuthi singena entweni esithi senza a very fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but siyanibonga kakhulu. Kodwa we also believe that from this particular gathering esingene sikhona sizo-eda kube khona okusilekelelayo moving forward ney'mpilo zethu. Siyanibonga kakhulu. Kodwa-ke, I must also emphasize that we have gathered under the theme that says we are strengthening young women's participation in democratic processes and their representation in governance. So, thina sikhuluma with our four bears abephambi kwethu, but thina as sinikezwe this particular responsibility oba nabasilandelayo futhi silekelela kanjani ukuthi nabo bakhule in various fields and areas of life. Ngoba sizokhumbula phela ukuthi omunye wabomama bethu wayethi uma unyuka as a woman, make it a point that khona onyuka naye. So kuyasileke nathi singazigqaja uma sithi kusasa out of these programs bakhona abantu besifazane esithi indeed ijeni nje eyaqala ngale lamayela elilodwa kodwa khona la sebefike khona. Ngiyafisa-ke esiqhubeka neprogram uku-acknowledge, asiqale sisho ukuthi we are in a hybrid platform. We always say kuyona yonke into engaba yimbi in life kodwa kuba khona isifundo noma okuhle okutholayo. Ebubini bonke baka COVID-19 basenza sacabanga out of the box, basenza sayibone i-realization of this fourth IR. Hence sesikwazi ukuthi sithi sihleli la singagcini sikhuluma sodwa kodwa sikhulume even nabantu abangekho la. So in a hybrid platform whereby kukhona abantu that have connected virtually abazokwazi ukuparticipate, abasizwayo ukuthi sithini, abazosilekelela siya phambili. So we are not limited to abantu abala endlini kuphela kodwa abantu bakwaZulu Natal and nangaphandle abakwazi ukuconnect banathi in this particular gathering. Asi-acknowledge ke wonke umuntu okhona, siqale ngosingabo the young women of KwaZulu-Natal. Siyanibona and siyanithanda kakhulu. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi njengesishayamthetho we have, and even here we have pleasure in introducing one of our presiding officer okuyena osithi ke uma sihleli njengesishayamthetho si under her stewardship. Ngifisa ukwethula the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, Honorable Nothemba Boyce. Mahobela. Siyabonga. Ngiyafisa also ukusho ukuthi sinaye u-Deputy Speaker, which I believe uconnectile virtually, Honorable R.T. Mthembu, usekela somlomo wethu esifundazweni sakwaZulu Natal. Siyafisa ukudlula sisho ukuthi sinomlungu wethu as members of the legislature, our chief whip, Honorable J.S. Ngumani Zwetekalana. May I also introduce the chairperson of committees, usihlalo wozihlalo esishayamthetho sakwaZulu Natal, Honorable HGS Mavimbela Mahlangu. Umkholo lonsundu. Sibe nosekela sihlalo woyihlalo esishayamthetho, Honorable M.A. Zulu Mntanenkosi Sithuli sikaMakewe. May I also introduce the Deputy Chief Whip, Mlungu wethu omncane ke. Mesiya kumlungu omkhulu singena ngaye. In every family kungeneka kalula ngoma. So singena ngomlungu omncane, Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable VP Chaluzi Mngoni. Siyafisa also introduce ama members of the Provincial Legislature. Sino Honorable Mutli, Honorable Tembe Mabatho, Honorable Kika, sino sihlalo wekomiti lemisebenzi yomphakathi, Honorable Makhosazana Zungu Kwabini. May I also introduce usihlalo wekomiti la quality of life. Bengifisa ukusho ngesikithi. Honorable Mbathacele. Sontshekazi. Next to her sinomunye wosotswebhu besishayamthetho u-Honorable Mavuso. Sorry. Next to her sinosihlalo wekomiti lezezimali esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Xulu Xapashe. Ngiyafisa also uku-acknowledge members that have connected virtually, if possible bavele nje. Ngifisa uqala ngosihlalo wekomiti lakandunankulu, Honorable CQ Madlopo. Also ngifisa uku-acknowledge Honorable CM Shinga, Honorable Meki Gavenda, Honorable NJ Kwanyana, Honorable NR Machola, Honorable S Sonjita usihlalo waka education, Honorable Prakash. Lastly, Honorable UTS Mchali. Ngiyafisa also acknowledge members of the provincial legislature who have just joined us. Ngifisa acknowledge physically Honorable Cele, NJ Cele. Also, I would like to acknowledge Honorable Ngubane Mbomvu. Siqhubeka neprogram yethu. May I also acknowledge uKhansela uCele, angazi noma usengenile of eThekwini okuyena ozosamukela. Uma sidlula lapho ngiyafisa uacknowledge unobhala wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal uManaidu. May I also acknowledge ufacilitator ozoba khona nayo kwi-program uDr. Manje mamthakazele ugcina ungazi noma usubiza izulu noma uzoqala uthi ubuya benyathi ugantsheni. Dr. Ndlovu Zingelwayo. Siyafisa also uku-acknowledge sonke istaff sasesileja esikhona. Ngicela wherever you are siphakame. Staff members of the KZN legislature. Siyabonga. Sifisa ke also uku-acknowledge all siye sibagxeka abantu beyindaba, kodwa the reason why mhlambe mekhona la singanelisekile khona, kodwa the reason why we are known, we are able to communicate even our programs is because nabo bane role abayidlalayo. So we wish to acknowledge all media houses akhona la in our gathering. Ngiyafisa also ngizolokhu ngi-acknowledge nje. May I also acknowledge usihlalo wakaStakho, Honorable Hlongwa Madlala, makoti wako Hloko. In our midst, and nabanye babantu abazokhuluma nathi noma bazofoma ingxenye yepanel. Ngiyafisa also si-acknowledge inkosi yesizwe saseMatheni, inkosi uThabisile Zulu, angazi noma usekhona. If not, sizom-acknowledge as siqhubeka neprogram. Ngiyafisa siye kwi-item elandelayo. Zwe. Siyafisa ukwamukelwa emkhandlwini weTheku. ngiyafisa ukucela ukhansela esibicele uma esekhona. There will be some changes as we go. Kodwa before simcele uMagaye, siyafisa nje ukuyibongela. Ngikusho lokho ngoba there are some amendments to the program. Besino chief whip we-council, kodwa ngenxa yeminye imisebenzi. Mina somlomo ngiye ngithi-ke asiyifici isifiye kungekho esiqondene nakho. Hence siba nayo understanding yokuthi there are also programs that talks to local government. So siyaba nayo understanding. Siyafisa uku-acknowledge as well Honorable Sibicele bese sicela asamukele Vico, over to you.
Sanibona, Program Director, KZN Legislature Speaker, Ms. Nontobeko Boyce, Member of Legislature, leaders of the youth formations, members of the media. Ngiyanibingelela nonke. Kuthiwa khona nondaba ezitha bayede ngindaba ezitha. Mhlampe ke njengoba eseshilo program director, mhlampe okuhamba kukuningi kakhulu. Kuncane nje kodwa njengoba kuzoba nama engagements akhona la kulama young women akhona la njengamanje. Mhlampe ke engizofisa nje ukukudlulisa ukuthi mhlampe akufanele ukuthi njalo esihlezi sikhuluma ngo1976 ngeqhaza elabanjwa abesifazane namanje sisafisa ukuthi sibe nabo abantu besifazane abakhulayo abanobuhlakani ngokuqhubeka ngoba njengoba silana nje safika khona abantu besifazane ukuba babangakhona ngabe iqhaza mhlambe abalibamba asifikanga lesasikhona. Lokho kusho ukubaluleka kwabantu besifazane. Engikuthandayo ke ukuthi iprogram yanamhlanje ithinta kakhulu ama-young women akhona phakathi kwethu. Ngezwe kusukumiswa nabo-doctor ababukeka bekhula. Ngiyafisa-ke ukuthi abantu abakhona la kulo mcimbi abasha mhlampe kulama engagements azoba khona bayisike iphethini balalele kwase bephumelele ngoba bakhona abaphumelele. Siyafisa bonke abantu besifazane, siyafisa futhi ukuthi banakwe emkhakheni yonke. Mhlampe size sigcine ngoba njengamanje siyalingana, kuthiwa siyalingana kodwa uyabona ukuthi khona la engathi kushoda ngakhona. Siyafisa-ke ukuthi mhlampe kuze kufike kulolo zinga elinjalo ukuthi abantu besifazane bakwazi ukuthi silingane bameleleke. Mhlampe ke kule financial year ekhona mhlampe sokudlulisa njengoba ngishilo ukuthi khona abantu abasha, sibonga ukuthi umkhandlu weTheku ube khona, ube iphathi yale program yabantu abasha. Umkhandlu weTheku kule financial year unemali nje ewu-12 million okuwukuthi ilinde ukuthi i-empowerishe abantu besifazane kukho konke nakuma institutions ekufanele bafunde kuwona. Imali ekhona leyo elinda bona ukuthi basondele emkhandlwini weTheku izinto ezinjalo bayithole bakwazi ukuthi bafunde ngoba njengoba ikhona ilinde bona abantu abasha besifazane ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi nibuke. You are welcome. Sibonge kakhulu. iphalamende lethu ama-members wonke akhona ukwenza lo mcimbi ube impumelelo. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Ngazi noma i-gift yini. Hambe ngiyodeclare. Siyabonga. Siyabonga kakhulu khansela ngokusamukela. But also siyabonga nangokuhlonishwa ukuthi uma sesiba ne-challenge bese uthi lowo nje umsebenzi wabantu besilisa ukuthi basilekelele, hhayi ukusihlukumeza. Ama-statistics anyuka zonke iy'nsuku. I was touched when kwi-social media kunomntana abantu ohambe ethi uyofuna umsebenzi. Apparently there was a gentleman who then said, ngiyayibona i-post yakho, there are some vacancies. I indicate ukuthi I don't have i-CV ready. Anginayo indawo engingaprinteka kuyona. Athi it's fine, let us meet in Durban. Akukho kude. In Durban tomorrow morning. Amthathe athi-ke sizoya kuyoprinta e-ofisini. Angene kuma-dirt road. Ngomusa kaThixo wakwazi ukuphunyuka. Sometimes abantu can take us for granted. Becapitalize ekuhluphekeni kwethu. So siyabonga ukuthi usindile nayo uyasho ukuthi akazi usinde kanjani. Uqhamuke nje abanye abantu babona ukuthi there's something wrong la. Other males bazama ukubayi-rescue-isha ingane. So I'm saying ekuhluphekeni kwethu, ekuxakekeni kwethu, we are appealing ukuthi let us join hands as South Africans. Sithi senza kanjani ukulekelela. Singa-victimizelwa ukuthi vele ngiyi-victim. Angilekelelwe la kufanele ngilekelelwe khona. Fortunately-ke ubekwazile nanokushare nabanye ukuthi ngathi khona i-opportunity eqhamukayo. So mase kukhona izinto. Sometimes uyathula nento uthi ngifisa ngoba angabi nayo show. Ngifisa ukufika sengixoxa ukuthi look sengithole umsebenzi kanti ngeke usakwazi ukubuya ekhaya. So siyacela nje ukuthi mengabe kukhona ama-challenges esiba nawo awanganezelwa as if ukuhlupheka is not enough. Anginezelwe ngokuthi nginokubezwe or else ngize ngibulawe. So I was very touched ukuthi siphila esikhathini esinzima la ubuntu kungazi ukuthi sibuya siphelela khona. Ngiyafisa siqhubeka ne-program also to acknowledge u-Honorable Dlamini. uMadlamini. Siyabonga. Siqhubeka ne-program, may I then invite to the podium also sipha i-background and purpose of the symposium esikuyona. Ngiyafisa-ke ukucela usomlomo wesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Angazi noma ngingasho ukuthi nami noNtobe. Program director, angazi ngoba ngingazisiza mina noba khona ozongisiza kanje. Ngiyabonga Mageba. Sithuli sikandaba. Ngicela ukubingelela kusekela somlomo wesishayamthetho sesifundazwe sakithi KwaZulu-Natal. Angimazi noba usengenile na uButhemba. Bingelele kumbhexeshi omkhulu wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal ubhuti Sikhosiphi. Ngibingelele kusihlalo woyihlalo unkosikazi kaBhuti Philip uLamavimbela. Ngibingelele kusekela mbhexeshi omkhulu indodakazi kaSisifikile uMamnguni wakwaMnguni. Usekela sihlalo woyihlalo umntwana
uMageba umalume ka Honorable Mavimbela. Ndibingelele koyihlalo bamakomiti asesishayamthetho abakhona bonke lana. The members of the Executive Council that may have connected, the Secretary of the Legislature, the members and whips of the Legislature, the representative of the Metro, Ukhumbuza, Undosi, yena owabuya nalo emfuyeni ngoba esaba ukubanda kwamanzi. uMagaye ocele ngaba seyingolweni. Ngibingelele uDr. Ndlovu from the institution that gives you the edge. You know, when you go to Vets University, it gives you the edge. The university that is a university of choice for the South African Legislative Sector Empowerment Program of members funded by the European Union, who's our facilitator today. To the panelists, the beautiful young women, councillors, some of them are councillors, some of them are members of the provincial legislature, some of them are academics, some of them are academics and civil servants, some of them are activists. Abanye ke badala kodwa bapha legislature wena Mnguni. Ngenzela ukuthi ningangikhiphe eminyango. The participants that are all here today, ndiyanibulisa. We are here today in the program of the Young Women's Symposium, a program that we are having the third chapter of, a program that is organized under the auspices of the KwaZulu-Natal Commonwealth Women's Parliamentarians, that is led by the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip uMamnguni waKwaMnguni, Honorable Vuyiswa Precious Xaluza, as the chairperson of CWP. A program that is aimed at having a conversation with young women in a country that is having a majority of political active and and voters that are in majority women. A country that in the reflection in terms of representation, whether in senior management, in academic, in position of power, the women that are in majority are not represented. In a country that has the majority of the unemployed that are being young, youth, and of course, many of them being women. In a country that the statistics show that most of them have been raped, abused, or will still be raped, be abused by people that are close to them, meaning that it's people that they are either in a relationship with, whether it's an intimate or a familial relationship with. Those are the young women that are here today. A country where we have seen a lot of young women rising to occupy a space of activism, especially at the grassroots level, you'd find that many programs of activism are now led by young women, whether it's in the civil society, it's in entrepreneurship, it's in influencers, so to say, in the social media, but also in sport. When you think of a national team, I am sure you close your eyes and you all think of Banyana Banyana. You then think of the national netball team. That is the country that we are all living in. But in a province where, Dr. Ndlovu, there is still a highest number of intolerance to the LGBTQIA plus community. In Umlazi, in a magisterial district where for many years, most cases of rape were going unpunished, until many young women as activists rose up, challenged the Minister of Justice that listened, and it was found that a magistrate that is a woman was actually fraudulently releasing rapists here in Umlazi. In a magisterial area that includes the southern part of Durban, where the highest number of hate crimes have happened. You think of Abo Ayanda and them. They were killed here for nothing else but for being gay. Here. So we meet here today in that program of the Young Women's Symposium, which is a sequel to the Women's Parliament, to have a conversation. And this year we decided that let's do it and change a little bit by adding one more panel, as we used to have one panel in the past. The addition of one more panel is taken directly from the National Gender Summit that was held at Izimbali by the South African legislative sector earlier in the month, whereby we had multiple panels. And we decided to also have at least 2 focused panels that will discuss the issues facing young women. We therefore implore young women to use this opportunity, knowing that issues of gender-based violence do not know that you are a councillor, you are a provincial member of the provincial legislature, uyisifundiswa, Dr. Zondi, ayizibuzi izitifiketi zakho. Kodwa mina ngiyazihalela ke njengomuntu omdala ukuthi ngibe nazo kuba sithiwa ziyatshelekisa ngangiboleka. Masters nje. Ayinandaba ukuthi ikhansela le-Exco lapha Nyamakaishi. But poverty also do not know which political party you come from. It knows that you are a woman, you are black, you are white, it doesn't care. It knows that you are a woman and you are young. At any given point, some of those things will come your way. You will be a statistic. We therefore are holding this also differently from previous years, that we have intentionally this year invited young women from political parties. In the past, we have been concentrating on young women from tertiary institutions and civil societies and business but this year we moved beyond those in schools and those in business and said, political parties that are party to the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, at least it must send a certain proportional number of delegates to participate. The reason is that we believe that you have a scope of influence in your political party. You must therefore use it. We also intentionally said in the discussions, usually we have just been saying we will take a woman from business, a woman from academia, a woman from who's a civil servant. We said we want a woman that is in local government, because local government are the providers of services to all of us. Nenzani local government. We said we will also include a woman in that local government. There are two sides. There are those that in local government governing, and there are those that are wishing to govern. Let's hear both sides united in saying what is good for young women of South Africa, not pushing party politics, but standing for young women of KwaZulu-Natal. We also decided to also bring from the provincial legislature one of the women that are young. We don't have many, unfortunately. So that we also make them accountable. We are putting a sense of accountability. And then give those that are also given positions of power in the legislature, in the lawmaking, oversight, public participation. What are you doing? How can we move together so that beyond party lines, we have a political agenda of changing the landscape, men and women in general? Have those that are educated to tell us, how can we do it much better? How can we position ourselves and skill ourselves to be ready for the war and the journey? That is why we are here today. CWP, what is it that you are also doing? We had a theme that is saying strengthening young women's participation in democratic processes and their representation in governance. Amilcar Cabral, it's irony that I'm quoting a man, said, the revolution and struggle is like a dress. It must be made to fit each one. You know your size, Mosangi. 2XL. So we want to make the expectation to be like a dress to fit you. It can't fit you if you are not part of those measured prior to the making of the dress. Which is why young women cannot stand in the periphery and don't become part of the discussion. Because mna ndimdala ndizawuthi ndisuka ndithi mabatho khawundincede mntanam ndilandele ibhegi yam emotweni ngexesha le-Women's Caucus, and forget that Mabato is Honorable Tembe to me, a colleague and my equal. We are both members of the provincial legislature. When I meet uSphesihle, oh, I say, where's Pay? Uyazi, ongisize, uyongifunela uDr. Kika, noma awungiphuthumele eposini. Forgetting that we're in the symposium and actually uSpay is Councillor Zungu representing her party, but importantly, representing young women that are councillors and representing the South African Local Government Association, how to provide citizens with services. And by the time I make her leave, who will speak for service delivery? When I say to Mami and Mrs. Bahlekazi, makoti awukugijime pha. She's an academic. She's a civil servant. Who's going to speak for those that are supposed to implement manifestos of political parties when they attain power? So this is making you young women to have you cut. This is saying to the academia, okay, criticize us. Get in your platforms, criticize us, Dr. Zondi. But come here, tell us, how can we do better? As equals, not with you and us, but us together. We have then, therefore, divided ourselves to two panels. Each of the two panels is having an intergenerational view. Intergenerational view ke usho ukuthi kunomuntu omdala, kunomuntu above 35, angana 40, akekho kodwa engimaziyo less than 40, akana 39 ke plus 12, kodwa mina ngina 47, angibazi abanye. That's intergenerational. You are speaking as someone who has been young but no longer young. Honorable Taluza, we are former young women who are no longer young. But you are now having a position as leading the CWP. The first topic will be the analysis on young women representation in governance. Because you are going to your parties to make lists going to parliament. And how will you do that? We can't change it, it rests with you. The second one is an overview of how young women are mobilized to participate in democratic processes. Yenzani legislature? Wenzani government? Enzani ama young women in politics? I'm not sure if it's media. Wenzani ama young women in the media space? Singaba snebhadi because lower media futhi bese ngowesibini omnye akafikanga, the first one that we have invited. Young women in local government, how are you ensuring that young women gets interested in becoming members of governance structures? Iqala kwi-ward committee governance structure. We will have those. We are able, directed by our facilitator, Dr. Ndlovu, whose credentials will be put here. But it's enough when I say Councillor Kuboni, she comes from the university that gives you the edge. I'm not speaking about other institutions. I'm just speaking about this one, where the deputy speaker is an alumni of, Honorable Shongwa is an alumni of, Honorable Taluza, and many of you are alumni of an institution that gives you the edge, where the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, through the South African legislative sector, allows you to study for free, paid for by the European Union. Like the Young Women's Symposium over the years was paid for by the European Union, save for this year. Thank you. No, siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
for the words of wisdom. And whenever you take podium, we know that we will learn something from you. Siyakubona dadewethu. Ngiyafisa siqhubeke neprogram. Ngiyakholwa sibonile ukuthi sizoba nama-panel discussions. Asisho ukuthi sifisa hand over to facilitator a panel discussion. Kodwa before we do that, sizocela ke sikuthole nokudla kwendlebe. May I then invite uNomsayende ukuthi azosipha ukudla kwendlebe while eza thina esihlele la will then take our seats so that we can usher in ama-panelist azoza la phambili. Senzela singaze sifike la sithi woza siphe mntanami. Kodwa uDr. Ndlovu will then take us up until abuyise i-program to us on the very last item. Otherwise, siyabonga kakhulu. Can we then hand over to Uyende?
Time to say goodbye. Finally. 6 or 7 years.
Some people are gifted and they live to it. Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyafisa before I hand over to Dr. Ndlovu to acknowledge one of the members of the Executive Council yaKwaZulu-Natal osiphathele imfundo yabantwana bethu. May I acknowledge and introduce Honorable Mbatha. Oh, Honorable Mbali Fraser. Siyakwamukela Dlamba kazokufa. Siyabonga kakhulu. May I then hand over to Dr. Ndlovu. Over to you, ma'am.
Ngiyabonga program director. Sanibonani Umlazi. Ninjani? Sanibonani bantu abasha. Anginizwa bantu abasha sanibonani. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. It is such a great honor to be here today and to facilitate one of the most important events and most important conversations in our country. As I've already been introduced, igama lami nginguHlengiwe Ndlovu, based at the Vet School of Governance, where I teach in governance, gender and development. So namhlanje sizoba ne-conversation mose angihambi ngedwa as nibona lana ngihamba nama-panelist abantu abazosi-engage around some of the most pressing issues of the country. It is a very important conversation that we have, that we should actually have, especially at this moment, where as the country, we are looking forward to our next national government elections. And it is fitting because abantu abasha, and in particular Black women, they are tired of being excluded from the most important spaces. So as we head to the 2024 national elections, it is important that we do have this conversation as we forge a way forward as young people and women in particular to think about how do we want to be represented? Who do we want to represent us? And what issues do we want to be channeled as we move forward? So for what we know is over the years, we've had a significant decline in terms of the number of people who have registered to vote, but also who have turned out to the voting stations. And what is consistent within that is the number of women who still continue to go to the voting stations hoping for a change. We cannot ignore the fact that women remain the most marginalized people, historically so, because it was only in 1933 where white women had the privilege to cast their votes. And 5 decades later, in 1983, Black women started to have their voice. And the most ironical part is that there is a consistent narrative around the issue of representation and the exclusion of women from these spaces. The narrative, though, that I do not agree with is the narrative that says we should make up space for women, as if women are coming from outside to the inside. And this is because ever since history remembers, women have always been inside doing the most important work that is supposed to be done. And that's why every time when the word feminist or feminism is thrown out, people, the immediate response is that, oh, they hate women. And I say, if they hated women so much, they say they hate men. If feminism was about hating men, or if there is any woman who has ever hated men, I always say, we would have killed you long ago. I mean, we hold the power. We are the ones who carry the bellies. We can easily go to the hospital, do a scan, and then when they say it's a boy, we can abort, right? If we wanted to kill men. But also historically, we realize that women have always carried the communities. If you think about the 1950s movements, during the defiance campaign and the banning of most political parties, most men who were in these movements, some of them, they were imprisoned, and different forms of gatherings were stopped and banned. But women's movements, the women's Stokvels, the prayer women's group, Omama Bomanyanu, they remained very active and the most active political spaces of conscientization during that time, but also of activism. What we learned from that time is that women during that time, they carried society, not only through taking care of the homes, but also through their own silence. If we want to kill men today through feminism, we would have killed them long ago during apartheid. Because through their silence, women carried communities. The apartheid police will come to different communities, different townships, and they will ask, where is your husband? Where is your son? And women, through their form of resistance, which is silence, they kept quiet and they refused to let a generation of men in their community extinct. So today when women talk about feminism, they talk about equality. When they talk about 50-50, they are not saying that someone has to be hated whatsoever, but they are saying, make the spaces that they occupy user-friendly and women-friendly, because it's important that we coexist. In 2019, we had a very popular phrase that said, men are trash. And even today, when I throw this phrase in this room and say, men are trash, you will see the reaction from the floor in terms of what are people thinking around the phrase, men are trash. What is being ignored is that it is a phrase that emerged at a very particular historical moment where women and the LGBTQA plus community, people were killed left, right, and center. And there was an urgent cry for an intervention, an urgent cry for help. So when women said men are trash, South Africa by then was branded a femicide nation. When we said men are trash, it was an invocation for action to say even if unabantwana abangamantombazana, even if ichere yakho uyayithanda, even if uyamthanda umfazi wakho, what are you doing about gender-based violence that happens in your presence every day? Manihlele emathaveni, sports bar and everything, and your colleagues, your friends are being misogynistic. They are passing violent comments around women. Wena mangabe uThemba ethe eceleni kwakho, hey, nangu lo mfazi. What is your reaction? That very lack of reaction to watch omakhelwane belwa and then uthi angizingeni uxabana nechere yakhe. You are trash. That's what it meant. And that's what it continues to mean today. Even in this month where we continue to try and put time aside to say this is a Women's Month. It shouldn't be on a monthly basis, but it should be an everyday lived experience. Today I have a panel here coming from different political backgrounds, different socio-economic backgrounds, and they are here again to disrupt the space. And I want to say to young women, even if you think this work is too much, even if you think we've been doing this over and over again, talking about women's rights, do not give up. You must continue disrupting the space, because one day at a time, men have started checking themselves before they utter misogynistic comments. They've started checking themselves before they say anything. They did not come from that background where they could check themselves. They thought it was okay. And it is very okay to have this conversation and to remind everyone every day that gender inequality destroys the society. Because women in most spaces, they carry society. We've seen during the COVID-19 who was at the forefront of the pandemic, who was at the core face of the pandemic. It is women who are either nurses, caregivers, domestic workers, and even those who worked at the retailers. All of us, we retreated back to the space. Those who have the privilege to engage privileged spaces in terms of policy making and advocating at higher levels of legislation. Remember women who are in poor communities, because the government is quick to say, but we do put programs in place. The bigger question is, are those programs accessible for women that they are targeting? So my one usual example that I use is to talk about the social grants, right? So the idea is that as a government, we are trying, to meet poor people halfway. But at the same time, the SASSA office is only open from Monday to Friday. Women like me who have a job, a medical aid and everything, who can afford to take 3 days leave out, other people can access those programs, but at the same time, I do not qualify. On the flip side of the coin, women who are supposed to be benefiting from those programs, they work on manual jobs, they are underpaid, they do domestic work. They cannot afford to take some time out and go and access those programs. Clinics are also opened on Monday to Friday, and the people are supposed to be accessing these services who are predominantly women are not there. And today when we talk to young people are tired, young people are frustrated. Young women are here to disrupt the space, to say, enough is enough, because you've sold us a dream. And that's why both of our panels today, they have an intergenerational conversation, because there are questions that younger people want to ask to older women, but also there are lessons, strategies, repertoires that also older women are happy to share with younger people to say, today we are standing here challenging this because there are women who walked before us. If the women of 1956 did not do the work, we wouldn't be here today standing here in these spaces, because women have been pushed to the margins of society perpetually, but they are beginning to come. It's so scary when you sit with policymakers who still think that being gay is a demon you should be prayed for, who still think that being a lesbian, it means that there is something wrong with peer pressure and all of that. And I say to you, show me in the Bible the verse that you've read that is simple, specified, because we are so married to our own ideologies, our own ideas, and our own identities. And if you are someone who's out there to serve, if you are a public servant, if you are to deliver any services and all of that, you are not the priority. Your own identity does not define everybody else. The first thing that you should do is to look broader beyond yourself and understand the different struggles that are faced by different individuals. And then you can begin to be in the service of humanity. So here with me, I am in conversation with Honorable VP Galuza. Hope she's here. Yes. There is also Inkos Tabisile Zulu. Yes. There is also Ugail Ntomfuthi Kumete. Sunshine Miende. And Dr. Balungile Zondi. Thank you so much. So these people will be speaking to us today from different perspectives, because they represent different communities. I hope to hear from these people about the representation in spaces of power, spaces of influence. I hope to hear, because for the longest time we've been sold a myth that our African cultures are oppressive. But today we're going to hear from someone who comes from a traditional leadership house to unpack some of the struggles that women face there and in terms of what it means. We're also going to hear from women in local government. I think Usomlomo did say that local government is one of the most important spheres because it is at the coalface of service delivery. What are the challenges there for young women in particular, but also what are the challenges that are faced by women who dare to take up those leadership positions within those spaces personally? We're also going to be hearing from women from the civil service, one of the most important spaces that disrupts some of these problematic binaries in society. We are also going to be hearing from women in academia. People who go out to do research, they bring out statistics, they talk to people's experiences, but yet they continue to suffer some of the different marginalizations. And Usomlomo did say earlier that even if you are educated, gender inequality will still affect you, gender-based violence will still follow you. I will call them to start. I will start with Honorable Galuza.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndlovu. Greetings to my fellow panelists, the leadership of the legislature, the leadership from the structures of the revolutionary movement. I also see the MEC of Department of Basic Education. I'm a participant of the 2023 Young Women Symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, I was not guided as to how to approach this. So I'm going to briefly start. You know, I was reading a document. As a disclaimer, Dr. Ndlovu, I must indicate that I belong to an organization called the African National Congress, an organization that believes in non-sexism, non-racist, and a democratic society. But as I was reading a document, Women's Charter for Effective Equality, I came across the preamble, and I want to share it with the delegates. And it reads as such, and it was written in 1994. As women, citizens of South Africa, we are here to claim our rights. We want recognition and respect for the work we do in the home, in the workplace, and in the community. We claim full and equal participation. We claim full and equal participation in the creation of a non-sexist, non-racist, democratic society. We cannot march on one leg or clap with one hand. South Africa is poorer politically, economically, and socially for having prevented more than half of its people from fully contributing to its development. Now, this preamble relates to the prevention of women who are not fully contributing in the development of the country. Now, almost 30 years later, where are we as a country in terms of the women representation? And I'm going to speak to different areas that I think have intrigued me. The first one is the representation of women in elected positions within our respective political parties. And I know Guti, my colleague here, we will also shed some light. Almost 30 years later, can we rightfully say women are represented within the leadership of their own political parties in the manner in which we want them to be represented? But more so, what is the status of young women within the political leadership representation in our own political organization? And I can safely say, when it comes to young women, it is still in minority. And I can safely speak from across all political lines. But I can also safely say, in the majority party, we speak of the 50-50 women representation. And it has been a call that we have been making, even when we are speaking to our colleagues from the other political organization, to say, for as long as we are not speaking in one voice, in calling for a female 50-50 representation across our political parties, we will not achieve the representation that we want. But more so, for as long as we are not advocating for a law that makes it compulsory for parties to send women in parliament, in the legislature, in the numbers that we want them, we will never achieve it. So it's pointless for women in the African National Congress to be the ones that bring the 50-50, but you then have the IFP, the DA, the EFF not playing the part. It is a call that we are continuing going to be making to say, let's speak in one voice, to say we are calling for the 50-50 representation, so that we then, when that is achieved, we equally say, where are young women? Because young women are also in our structures. But equally, I want to speak to the issue of participation generally in our political parties and the extent in which young women, even in the African continent, are participating. And I have asked, can we proudly say we have achieved? And I can equally say, I don't think so. When the speaker was opening, she mentioned ukuthi some of us used to be young. We are no longer young. How many members in the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal are in the category of young people? And I can speak now and say they are in their minority. Are we saying young women are not capable? It is not true. But I can also proudly speak and say, when I joined the legislature, I joined the legislature coming from a political party that gave me a leadership position that ordinarily should have been given to a very senior person. I was very young at the time, but it entrusted me with a position that commands discipline across the political, the deployees of the African National Congress in the legislature. But for as long as other political parties are not doing the same, we are not going to achieve what we want to achieve. You know, we went to a conference, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. It was in Halifax. We had to fight to ensure that we have, going forward, women fully being represented in the structure of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. But what was funny, Dr. Ndlovu, is that even when we were fighting, amongst the women in that conference were against us calling for representation. It is not only happening here in South Africa, it is happening across the continent and in the global space, where women must continue to fight for their right place. Women must fight more to be heard. But what is it that we are doing? You know, when you are given a position of responsibility, it is true that as a young woman, if you join the legislature, young as you are, given a position of responsibility, you must fight more so that your peers understand that you are not a quota, so that your peers understand that you are equally capable, so that your peers understand that you are not just there because you had to fill a space, but because you are equally capable, like someone who joined the legislature in 1994. And unfortunately, some of the barriers that comes with the hindrance of women fully participating in the governing of this country are women themselves. If I can tell you the support that we've received, it's very minimum from women. It's very minimum. I can point very few women where you can say, you know, because in the main, when you get to a certain point, women will be the one that hinder your progress. And I believe it's something that we must speak about and speak against, because those who are going to be coming after us need to know they can rely on me. They can rely on Nontembeko, who I was able to rely on. They can rely on Bali Fraser, on Hlengiwe Mavimbela, just to name the few, in ensuring that they execute their responsibilities diligently. But for as long as there is women themselves who are hindering their progress, who want to be in the space, but also to ensure that you achieve what you have been deployed to do, we will never achieve what we want to achieve. Now, I want to move and say, it's not only the space of the political deployments. What is the status of women in the administration of the country. But what is the status of young women in the administration of the province of KwaZulu-Natal? For as long as we only achieve quotas of women because we want to reach the targets, the APPs, not because we realize that Undlovu Umiende is capable and therefore must be employed, we are not going anywhere with this fight. So it is important that when we take this fight, we don't only take it to those who are politically deployed in the governing of the country, but also in the governing in terms of the administration. So the calls that we have been making, I remember when we were in the Youth League, we were saying 50-50 representation across the spheres of government. And it is up to this collective that is sitting here of young women to take from us and say, we will continue with the fight of calling for young people's representation, but take it further and say young women representation across all spheres of government, which will also include the political governing, but also the administrative part. Thank you. I will then come in as they ask questions.
Am I audible? Okay, thank you so much to Honorable Taluza. I just want to say, ningahlali nje, please prepare your questions because we're having a conversation with the speakers. So we're going to have a moment of engaging them. Prepare your questions, your input, so that we can engage from there. I'm going to call our second panelist, Inkosi Thabisile Zulu.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Greetings to the panelists, my co-panelists, and greetings to the MPL councillors. And I would like to say all protocol is observed. I came late, I'm sorry. It was due to some of the things that were never properly organized. But I don't know how much time do I have because I come from a very different institution. The institution that I come from needs to be explained. I need to dwell much on it so that people can understand, especially because we are here and we are addressing or engaging with the young people. You know, when you come into functions, you come to whatever program that is being organized, and you tell people that, you know, people start to question and say, kanjani, you know, how, and others, they don't even know what Inkosi is. Especially young people, when you speak about Inkosi, they only understand or they only have a picture of Isilo rather than other Makosi that are there. So our institution needs, you know, a lot of time for one to be able to explain and be able to get into it and be able to dwell and engage on the issues that are happening in our institution. Looking at the program, it's sad really when it comes to our institution, because there are a few of us. In KZN, I think it's only 21 female traditional leaders, and with us it's different because we are never voted into the positions. Some of the female traditional leaders are female traditional leaders because they are daughters of Amakosi. And some of us, like myself, but I'm a regent, Bamba Kosi, because my son at that time was not ready, was still young to come into the position. So that first point needs to be explained so that people can understand. And I was saying, coming to programs, each time you have to explain yourself. I remember one time, it was the official opening of the legislature, our legislature. We were invited and we were coming as a group of female traditional leaders, and we were going to do our accreditation. And I'm sorry to say this, but it's the truth. The young lady that was supposed to assist us with our accreditation, when we said, I am Inkosi Zulu, and she was like, no, it's not, bengilindele umuntu wesilisa. And I'm like, okay, babhalwa phi? Where are amakhosi written mawufika in a function, and then people would understand ukuthi oh inkosi le. So I think we as an institution, or us as female traditional leaders, I think we still have a lot to say and a lot to do in educating, especially our communities, especially the young, even the older ones. Some they don't understand. Some they don't even care. It's so unfortunate, but when you speak of course, this is us. This is the origin of Africa. But I'm not there. Let me just come back and and come back to the program. I think what is important, especially to the young people, as a female young person, I think it's important to always make sure that you know who you are. If you understand who you are, then you'll be able to get into any space that is there. My fellow panelist was saying that it's important that we open space for others. When you get into a particular position, you must make it a point that you open space for others. But as females especially, it's so unfortunate. We don't want to do that. If you get into a particular position, you just celebrate and forget about the little girls that are coming behind you, or the young women that also inspire and they want to come into the space that you are in. So I think it's important to understand yourself first. If you understand yourself, you mustn't be pressurized. You mustn't feel fear of moving forward and pushing the boundaries and saying, because I, Inkosi Zulu, Inkosi Thamsila, was here, I need to open doors for the next female traditional leaders who are going to come. Because if you do that, then we are moving forward. Because as I was saying that my space is very different, Dr. Ndlovu, because it's an unusual one. It's a space that needs to be explained all the time. In one function, I was addressing young people, and it was very sad and scary, because when you speak to them, they are busy on their phones. They are not even concentrating on what we are saying. And after some time, they'll realize by the end of the program that, oh, by the way, who was speaking? What was this person saying? And you then start asking yourself, coming here, waking up in the morning and saying, I'm invited, I'm part of the people who are going to be in this young women's symposium. What is my role in going there? What is it that I expect? What are my expectations in going there? What is it that I want to gain when I get out of that particular symposium? So I think those are the little things that, as female especially, we are not careful of, and we are not mindful of. Because when you get into a space as a female, we know that one, we are treated as a minority, as minors. We are treated as people who don't have the power to do things. But then when you get into that particular space, then we are just concentrating on other things, and you are not really listening to the people that are speaking, and to the engagements, and to the conversation that is there. So in our institution, I think I'd like to start and zoom into the challenges. The challenges that we have is that the society doesn't trust. If you are a female traditional leader, they don't trust that all the duties that are done by a male Nkosi, you can do them. I know it's the same with any other space, but with us, it's very, very critical that when you are there, you know yourself. You can stand up and say, I am Inkosi, and be proud of it and be firm in saying that I can contribute. I can, I can move mountains. I can do this and I can do this. And I am doing it in my own space. Because you have your colleagues, there are so many. There are so many. As I'm saying, in KZN, we have 308 Amakosi. Imagine when we are only 21. And then when it comes to the issues of getting positions, I was a deputy chair in the last term. It was very difficult. Everybody was not sure. They were skeptical is she going to be able to do the work that she's supposed to do? Are you going to be able to get into conversations? Are you able to do this and do that? Every time we are being questioned, we are doubted. But the truth of the matter is that when you sit down and go to the traditional councils that are led by female traditional leaders, you'll see the difference. We are doing things in our spaces and we are making sure that we move forward. Every time when we do things, the problem and the sad part is that everything that we do as female traditional leaders is never exposed to the media. Nobody can see it. Only the people that are around us and only the people that we are leading can see us. So as female traditional leaders, we are still facing that. And again, looking into the institution, a woman in the traditional institution, it's never trusted that you can lead. But we do have princesses, amadodakazi, amakhosi that are there. We do have Ondlukulu that are doing things out there, but it's never seen and it's never understood. So as a young woman, it's important that you understand yourself, you know where you are, and make it a point that wherever you are in a space, make sure that you want a better one. If you get inside a hall like this, don't take a back seat. Just go to the front and say, I am going to sit in front because I need a better seat rather than the seat that is organized for me. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Inkosi Thabisile. Very insightful, our words coming from you, especially at a position that is solely reserved for men, and how the socialization through our communities makes sure that it carries on that legacy and continues to socialize women, even young women in particular, that they should continue seeing the world that way. But we'll come back to reflect on some of those questions. And then I'm going to pass on the mic to Usisi Ntomfuthi Gumede from Women in Local Government.
Thank you, Program Director, MPLs, councillors, everyone, the panelists. It's an honor to be given this opportunity to be here today. One really appreciates it. Thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to say to the young and beautiful ladies, you are all beautiful and you must be proud to be part of this event for today of the program. When we're talking about the municipality or the government, we're talking about something that is really, really challenging for us as women. It's more especially worse when you are young. I started being a councillor when I was still very, very young. And it wasn't an easy journey, and which I believe even you as the guest today, you can still do it. If I manage to do it, you can do it. Don't think that because you are a young girl or you are a young female, you are not capable. The challenge that we normally face in politics is when we see obhuti bani ngathi bangcono, and we don't see ourselves as female that we can do it and we can do much better. And we always promote men than promoting each other. Maybe if we can start by killing that stigma of thinking that you cannot do it, then we can focus and we can know why we are here today. In the municipality, there are challenges, more especially I know some of you are coming from tertiary institutions, are educated, probably you've been applying for some employment and other things, but the fact that we don't have youth in our leadership that can say something that be standing for you as the youth of today, and one can understand exactly what are your requirements, what do you want, because it's going to be difficult for umuntu osekhulile uku-understand ukuthi a young girl udingani empilweni. But inini enizaziyo ukuthi exactly what do you want, and you cannot expect a person that is not wearing the same shoe as you are to understand what do you want and what are you capable of. I know that it's not easy also to be addressed as a councillor, as a member of the MPL or something, or as the honorable when you are still young. I remember I attended one meeting and one said, he doesn't know if he must call me Umam's councillor because of my age or the way I appeared to him. So that means he didn't even understand if I fall to which category. And for the fact that it was coming from a man, to me it was offending. Because it wasn't the fact that it didn't understand what, am I young or am I old? But it's the challenges that we face as young women in government. And then when we go out, we talk about things that have political killings. I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm trying to alarm you of things that happens. No one wants to be led by a young woman or a woman. They think umsebenzi onjalo belongs to men. Once they see a young woman or a woman being active and vibrant, then you are a threat. Then that means you are standing in front of someone. Don't allow that. And as for you, if one nominates your name, that you can do it. Don't say I'm still young. Don't say I cannot do it. Say I will learn along the way. Give yourself an opportunity to learn. Rather fail while you are learning than to fail yourself before you even start the journey. Because you will never know what you are capable of until you start walking the journey. There are so many leaders in this house, but they don't know that they are leaders because they haven't been given an opportunity, or they are fearless of facing the challenge of being in politics. And we are having issues that happens when you are a woman. You have to get a position. Bahlale bethi njalo for a young girl or a young woman, The reason why you are a top leader because you slept with so and so. That's the stigma that we live with as young women. But if you entertain that, izokulimaza. Walk tall and make sure ukuthi you don't allow all these negative things that are said or that are done to stop you from facing your dream or your goal. Because maybe in this house, there is our parliamentary speaker for tomorrow. There's an MEC for tomorrow for different departments. But because we allowing ourselves to be in a corner, ngenxa yokuthi sipusha abo bhuti bani and everything, and allow one. Yazi, there is another thing that is used by men. They know what we are wicked in abantu besifazane. They come to us as if like khona lento le yokuthi ngathi ngiyakuthanda sis. Kanti akakuthandi ukubonile ukuthi uyi-threat. And the only way to do so ukuthi akusondeze eduze so that ezokupressa down. And bese kunyuka yena. And mase kwenzeke njalo, ubani ozomnominate, you'll be the one who will be in the forefront and say, hey, brother so and so or comrade so and so must take a position. And that position was yours. And you are gonna do better in that position. So as majority, because we are the majority, I'm a females. So kahle hle lo 50-50 nje vele. We need to top up. So nalapho nje we are the majority. If kunabantu namhlanje about 10 families, 10 as a labor ward, you will find only 2 males will be born. The 8 will be females. So which makes us the majority. But I know that things are not easy as we wish. It's easy to talk, but it's difficult to put it into action. There are constitutions, there are policies that are there, but at the moment, our actioned accordingly, and siyafisa ukuthi zonke izinto zibe according. And when we come to ukuthathwa kwabantu besifazane, human trafficking, also it's something that us as government that we're supposed to prevent our young women from human trafficking. A girl child is always gets missing day by day. Kunomzali kumanje ofuna ingane yakhe. One will be trending on social media, is not known. Ukuthi ushone ngaphi. We are the ones also that has to see that the policies that are there, they are actioned accordingly in order to see ukuthi they protect us as young women, and we see ourselves going forward and work together. No pull head down syndrome. Thank you.
Thank you so much from Sis Untomfuthi Gumede, challenging young people to step up, but also not just to step up with focus, as there are so many things that can distract you on the way. And I'm hoping that there are aspiring leaders here who are ready to ask some of the questions, who can say, what can we learn from you, Sis Ntomfuthi, as someone who speaks from a position of being someone in local government, but also as someone who's at the coalface of service delivery while you are facing challenges as a woman? I'm going to pass on the mic to Sisu Sunshine Miende Oboya women from civil service. Over to you, Sis.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the House, greetings to the Honorable Speaker and all members of Legislature. And special greetings to Usisimbali, or MEC, or Pinda Abe, Deputy Chair of the ANC Women's League in the province. Giyabona noma Mhlenge was a PC member of the Women's League. The reason why I'm recognizing them is because those are women that have given us space and opportunity for us as young women to be found in those spaces. Ngalokho siyabonga boma bethu. For me, where we need to start from is why representation matters. Because we can sit here and discuss as the reason, why women should occupy certain spaces, but what is the fundamental basis of us considering representation? So representation matters because you need people in a room who will be able to speak when you cannot, and just because you're not there. So if I'm not in the room, there must be people that are able to say, this is what young women need. So representation is crucial to drive intentional programs and mandates of any organization, even in political parties. So maybe to start here, Program Director, years ago, I was that young woman that was sitting on the other side of the table. We used to go attend the youth parliament, attend different opportunities that were given to us as young women. And also, one was at UKZN as the deputy president. During our times, it was the times of Fees Must Fall, but there were also high cases of gender-based violence and sexual assaults that were taking place in institutions of higher learning. And there was no platform for us as students to say, where do I report this? And what is the procedure? Because so UKZN as an institution then needed to have a policy in place to say, how do we address this crisis? How does the university create safe spaces for young women that are victims of gender-based violence? Then because I was in that position, I was able to advocate for the university to put in place such a policy. But what made it easy was the fact that the dean or the executive who was there was a woman who was progressive, was able to say, you guys are coming here, when you're young, you have all those ideas, you're radical, you're shouting, you're doing everything, even protesting. And she was like, okay, calm down, let's sit and draft what you guys want. And we're able to influence the university to put in place such a policy. So if we were not there, such a policy was not ever going to be in place. As few as we were able to do that. So that's why representation matters at all material times. Therefore, it is also important, I know that there are young women from institutions of higher learning here in the space. It is therefore important when you're going to your SRC elections to advocate for us as young women to become president. We can't be deputy president. I was a deputy president in my time. We can't continue to be deputy president. We must go there, be the president, general president, secretary general, MP, everywhere. So that in those council meetings and in those Senate meetings, when they sit to decide on what institutions must do, we are able to have a voice. That thing is not going to happen in our lifetime. Also, as young women, we are least represented in senior government positions. And this is because Manaidu and Honorable Speaker, as a young woman, umuntu fundile has everything, but when I go apply for that post, I go to years of experience. And because but I'm not going to get the experience if the opportunities for me to learn are not created. If a manager is going to go to a meeting that is going to take decisions, photocopy, a document, but doesn't bring me into that meeting where I'm going to learn, then where am I going to get the experience? So it's all those things that we need to look at. However, ourselves as young women, When now you've been given an opportunity, the legislature has brought you into the space. How do you maximize on this? How do you learn? And how do you rise to the occasion? So power, you are now the president. How do you conduct yourself as a young woman? How do you get into that council meeting? How do you read documents and policies? Because the other thing is that you can't just go and howl and say, this is what we want. You must be able to read and engage documents so that whatever that you say, chance just because you are a young woman, you just want space. But go there, read, be able to challenge things so that we make our representation to be qualitative and not just be a numbers situation. So governance is a very broad aspect for me. At the edge, the edge. We look at governance issues from local government to provincial government and what good governance then means. So governance is broad. It includes fundamentally the making and enforcing of decisions. Therefore, it is important for us as young women to be able to influence the making of decisions that are progressive to address our challenges that are facing us as young women. If we're sitting in corners, no one is going to ensure that decisions that are progressive that are taken to address our issues. Research also indicates that young women in KwaZulu-Natal are faced with various challenges that include less participation in income-generating initiatives because of lack of knowledge and access to opportunities. Therefore, our representation at a decision-making level in government and lawmaking bodies will ensure that our concerns and needs as young women from different areas are included and represented adequately. One comes from the school of President Anton Lembede, the school of Baveli Lehlongwa, which emphasizes economic freedom in our lifetime. We can never attain this economic freedom as young women if we're not represented in making and enforcing decisions. There's a generation of Osis for Yeswa, the generation of 40% they were very problematic in their times. Every picture that they take, they were like, so that meant that we demanded or we wanted 40% in everything, particularly on issues that seek to liberate us as young people. Therefore, we should take the teachings of this particular generation and fight for representation in all spheres of government, from ward to local to municipality to provincial government, even to international spaces. Process ambassadors, but us as young women, we want to be ambassadors in international countries. We want representation in United Nations. I don't think our fight should only be limited to legislature. That is doing rounds to what? National to ban. We want posters or influence processes that are going to say, as young women want to be represented as ambassadors. We want to be in the United Nations. We want to be in the SADC, different structures that are there to advocate for our issues, because our issues go beyond the province. We have issues that are at an international platform that we need to go into, that we need to be able to champion and seek for representation at that. The representation that we're seeking and demanding for will never be handed down to us. We must put in the effort, stay disciplined, be intentional with our work, and be organized. As I close, program director, there's a quote that says, we need women at all levels, including the top, to change the dynamic, reshape the conversation, to make sure women's voices are heard and headed, not overlooked and ignored. Ngiyabonga, program director.
Asibonge laphayana kusisi Sunshine raising very important questions around the broader question of representation and what it means. Not just to be in the room, uhlale ugeze ube usisi ube muhle, but singena ngaphakathi wenze umsebenzi, because as a whole generation of women, we are all dependent on you. Program director, I'm aware of your time. I did point out to Uput Memela ukuthi nidle isikhathi sethu, so For the longest time, women didn't have a voice. They only started having a voice in 1983. So I wasn't going to cut from their time. I'm still sitting on their 1 hour, 30 minutes, and I'm really watching it closely. That being said, we are moving to our last but not least speaker for this panel, Dr. Balungile Zondi. Over to you, sis.
Ngiyabonga Dokotela ngokungamukela. As a decolonial scholar, allow me to greet you all in this fashion. Ngithi ngumabela made ancelisa abantwana ngaphesheya kothukela. Ngiyiloyo wesimame othi itafula ligcwele mangabe kusakhona abanye abantu besimame engisababona behleli ngaphesheya. Having said that, I'm a decolonial scholar. It's not that English angiyithandi, but I believe that if we are to engage Singama Africa, irrespective of our skin pigmentation, kufanele nesiZulu sisinikeze ithuba so that institutions of higher learning will begin to practicalize the institutionalization of a language policy. Ngisacela ukubingelela bonke abaphathi beprovince ngezihlalo zabo. Sibonga ukuthi province isimamile ebhelwini eziningi ekade ibhekene nazo. Ngiphinde futhi ngibingelele odadewethu, ngikhahlele nakuwe ndaba ezitha. Siyabonga kakhulu. I've been worried for so many years that when are we going to have a conversation where we sit with our principals, because oftentimes when we engage, our principals are not always in the house with us. It's like we are singing a non-meaningful song. And I'm glad that we've got Abapati Betuge today. And the discussion has also bothered me because I'm sitting on the other side of the table as a critical scholar, because I have a PhD in anthropology. My interest is to cry when things are not going right. And the issue of representation in governance, for me, I was expecting this to be part and parcel of the realization of a decentralized government, but only to find that it is still not there just because there are endogenous and exogenous sectionalities that are pulling us women to join the table. Mangikhuluma ke ngiphuma UKZN, ngizwile ukuthi kuthiwa kukhona ne-University of Choice iVets. Ngazi ukuthi ke ithina la UKZN ngenxa yokuthi even ama-graduations ethu aneswag. Niyawazi nonke. Yes. And I am sitting here being one of those few young academics that would make it a point ukuthi in each and every graduation kukhona umuntu wesimame ograduateayo with the cum laude or a decent mark. I am that young woman obelievela ukuthi la ngikhona I must make ingane yomfana realize ukuthi there is agency kule ngane intombazane le ohlele eduzane nayo. And I would even identify potentials that they equally possess, just because I am trying to contribute with struggle or the existing narrative which is saying we need to create double standard for our kids. But for me, in order to be relevant, I just want to say women in academia are not different at all. Asihlukile. Nathi just nowethu umgowo. Sinomgowo wokuthi I'm just an emerging scholar. My historical background has been in government. I've recently joined academia. But sinakhona ngisakahulumeni. I was never given the opportunity yokuthi ngithi rise, because abasebefikile ngaleso sikhathi would not allow me because they felt intimidated. I don't know why. And this is like a recurring experience for many of us, and I'm happy that majority of the panelists here, they've already alluded to that. And they are rightfully saying and fearlessly saying, it is time we dismantle those shackles which were spoken about earlier on, because it cannot be that women that brought us here, were solidified in their attempt to collapse the apartheid regime. Can you imagine? When I talk about those women, I love them. And I always say, I wish I was born ngaleso sikhathi, because those women served with purpose. But the current women that are serving here, they are no longer serving with purpose. And we are only serving to enrich our own, statuses, and forgetting that the baton was passed down to us. So even in women in academia, we are still sinomgowethu. Recently, we had a gathering with our dean. Fortunately, I'm being led by a dean. As she was saying, and this is shocking, Betty, ngijabulile mangabe nginibala in numbers, ngahleka, ngahleleka. Kodwa ngithe mangabe sengin operationalizer in terms of the portfolios that they are occupying, I only realized ukuthi there are only few professors. Meaning, because the university system would not give you a senior post, not unless you're a professor. So it means that Tina would always be occupying those level, ranks that do not show our agency, ranks that do not, depict the struggle, that is representing Bongaban Bismam. But again, what I like about how the universities have advanced is that, which I think should be some of the solutions that I have also observed, because I like observing the political space, and I also see a lot of toxic, behaviors where women would contest for a post, and women would not believe it is time for young ones to take over. When the young lady spoke about, I'm sorry to use this, comrade Bavalile Hlongwa, she would say, Mdwana, ungaphumuli uma ngabe bonke abantu besimame bengakagcwali la ukhona. But my worry is that across political spheres, you see few women, and those women that are there are deeply entrenching the patriarchy. Abafuni size la bekhona. So even at the university, that has been the habit for those that we have met until recently, because I'm told you that we also need not to also only singasho how we are doing it. So at university, this is what our seniors are doing. There is something that is called job mentoring or job shadowing. You see a potential in a young person, you job shadow that person, because you are preparing or you are imparting skills that should you move because of retirement, or should you move because of other green pastures, at least there is someone that has already been empowered to take over. So now it is important that we also understand the good team. It is also difficult as we are teaching at university when we come across abantwana who are not socialized. Socialization has also been spoken about here, to say our domestic spaces are not socializing abantwana to resume, governance, because governance does not only take at the sphere of governance, as in like Buhulmeni. Governance and representation also starts domestically. How do you treat ingane yakho? Uyayivumela ingane yakho yentombazane ukuthi yazi ukuthi la ekhaya unamalini, and how to do the budget for the family. So we are talking about representation, but kwathina as politicians, I'm not a politician, but politicians, if ungase ngibuze mhlambe nje MEC waka education ukuthi mawukhuluma about matters of the house, who do you bring on board? Ma ubiza ingane yakho yomfana noma ubiza ingane yakho yentombazane? Ubiza ingane yakho yentombazane. So governance is killed right there at the domestic sphere. So lengane ke mase sifika kumina teaching anthropology at UKZN, I'm saying I'm looking for a class rep, because leadership has not been instilled ekhaya. Ayikho, ayizoba khona, izothi hayi usamkelo then you'll say Samkelo boy, I to know Samkelo boy, you know. So we really needed to start doing a very honest diagnosis of the problem. The problems that we are now seeing now, they do not just mushroomed. They started at a very domestic space, ekaya. If we have social development, to what extent are they involved in the systematic functioning of our families and households? If we do have government here, I'm happy that there is Uma Undabezita. How often do we have gatherings where we are teaching, having programs where we are talking about Upata Kwentombazane? And I'm saying that I'm asking all these questions because other countries in Africa have progressed in this manner. Yes, of course, they still do have my challenges there and there, but you see now and again, women are being given the power because their agency has been socialized. So what I am then saying, ukuthi ke bantwana abancane into enenza nani ninga representeki, you are given opportunities, and I'm speaking from a perspective of a mother. We have nina nikhethe enye impilo that is not taking us anywhere, such that abazali ke mabehleli ngala, they will say cry a beloved country, because they would say asinabo abantu esingabathemba kunalokho singaqhubeka sithembe laba vele abadaleliwe. So my invitation to you is that we needed to choose our struggles differently and with a critical mind, knowing ukuthi if Izwe was liberated by abantu besifazane, kusho ukuthi nathi we still have that responsibility. And I like one of the speakers who said it is time not that we need to debunk the history that came before us, but it is time we make meaningful of our current history so that we become relevant. We should not only be relevant because of issues of social ills. We should not be relevant because we are being discussed as the statistics of teenage pregnancy, but we must also be discussed because we are striving academically, we are striving in economic spaces, and we are even striving in student politics. So some of the solutions is that if you are there as an elderly leader, be reminded of the fact that the very same secretary and the PA is also looking up to you. So create spaces for that person to become like you. So I am one person. I don't know how many people I have replicated, and I'm happy to see myself in those people. And I even say, be a better version of me. So that is the word that we are preaching from an academic sphere, to say it is only through education that women would have a voice. It is through education that women would understand when umatamela mekuluma about land rights, and land appropriation, because everything that is being discussed in South Africa is written in black and white. So if we are not able to engage with the content, therefore it means that abantu besilisa will have a better understanding, because even before they were given enough opportunities to advance into education spaces. So the invitation that I'm saying is that in case awuqedile esikoleni and you want to be represented, you must advance to education, and you can consider UKZN. We have 5 campuses. You can trust us, and we believe ukuthi you will still be an activist. Sikulawule futhi nalapho ngoba nathi we've acted immensely in political struggles of our students, so we understand. So nivume sinilawule so that when you come out there, you become relevant and you represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zondi. Ngiyaxolisa abantu, angikwazi ukukhuluma ngihleli phansi, ngingu-teacher nge-profession. Manje mengihleli phansi ngathi nama ngizizwa ukuthi ngithini. Manje ngoba sekufuneke ngikhulume nabantu. Thank you so much, Dr. Zondi, for that interesting input. I can tell you I relate to the struggle. So what we hear Dr. Zondi talking about there is the intentional empowerment of a girl child, and in particular, she speaks about women and a girl child from her class. And this is a concept that I can relate to very much, because in most cases, where I teach, they laugh when I say, "Angiba supervise abafana," and they don't understand what that's supposed to mean. Because every time when we touch on affirmative action, kungathi sithi mesigijima 400 meters, kukhona abantu asebe ku 300 meters point already bayoqeda. Bese kuba khona laba abame ku 200 meters abayoqeda. Bese kuba nalaba abaku starting point abaqalayo. Manje mangabe sithi affirmative action, asithi obhuti bethu abame ku 200 meters mabahlehle bagijime bayemva. Sithi imani lapho, so that lo ongumfazi omnyama oqalayo, iyawomane eqalayo nayo ikwazi ukuthatha 3-4 steps so that ize nawe la omnye khona. So why I do that, why I say I don't supervise men, it's because I understand ukuba there is no bank of time ebekiwe somewhere kuthiwe Black women, there is a pocket of time where you can go fetch time and come and do things and come and study. Women constantly live on borrowed time. They have to borrow time from the everyday duties so that they can study. They take care of families and everything. They cook and everything, and that continues unabated. So they live on borrowed time. So the reason why I don't supervise men is because I understand the need to stay up the whole night with a student that I'm supervising to say, Ntombazane, you are behind time. I understand your struggles and all. We won't finish at this pace. So that at 1 a.m. I wake you up and say, I understand you have to be at work in the morning, but we need to finish this chapter before the end of this week. So we've heard from our esteemed speakers. They've raised the very important issues. From our first speaker, Honorable Chaluza, to the end, I think she raised very important issues around the question of solidarity and the importance of speaking in one voice. And I think the theme that runs across all of them is the one that says, why is it so difficult for us women to mobilize against our privilege when it's so easy for us to fight for our own for our own comfort? So when we want to go into those spaces, we fight so hard. But while we are in those spaces, then we become reluctant. And this is not a statement that we take for granted, because we've heard from other women who have spoken on this panel, drawing from their own experiences of being inside, of being in the boardroom. So in most cases we celebrate, especially I want to point this to young women, we shouldn't celebrate being the first Black woman to occupy this space and all of that. And by saying we need not to celebrate, I'm not saying it's not important. It's important. It's very necessary that we push for it. But also there are challenges that come with being the only woman in the boardroom, because each and every contested issue will be reduced to let's vote. And believe me or you, amadoda azovotela ukuhlala embusweni, with or without you. And because you are the minority in the room, it's not easy to push any transformative decisions in there. That's why sometimes you find that we struggle as women alone, because when you come out of that boardroom, we are so angry, we are so worked up, and then we have this narrative that say women hate other women, because then you put women in spaces of power and all of that, and after that you do not support them, you do not give resources, you give them very important social issues that everyone is looking up to, but at the same time you do not allocate budgets. But today I want us to have a conversation. I'm opening up the floor for everyone who's sitting here who feels like they want to contribute to something that has been said here. But also, if you have questions that you feel like you need to ask from the panelists, I'm opening up the floor so that we can engage. Thank you. I will take a round of hands, hoping there is someone helping with the roving mic down there. I'll take a round of hands and then I'll see how we are doing on time. There is a hand here, number 1, 2, 3, and then I'll move to this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll move to this row. 5 in pink, 6 in a blue top. Okay, I'll take those 6 for now. Please try as much as possible to keep your questions brief and concise so that everyone can get an opportunity to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Igama lami Samgelisiwe Mthembu. I'm from Umlazi University of Technology and I'm a peer helper there. To begin the conversation, there is something that was said by the woman who had my opening remarks and shared the background of why we are here. And in it, she referred to the woman of 1995. And to start that, I just want to say that let's hold each other accountable in these conversations that we are having here today. That the reason why we are constantly victims is because we are not trying to empower each other, but we are competition to each other. So you don't see the next person as someone that you can empower, but you see the next person as someone that you can compete with, which is why it becomes lonely on the top as a woman. As you said, when you're up there in the top and you're the only woman in the boardroom, it's because you're not bringing anyone up. As panelists as well, I want to hold you accountable. Is there a woman, is there a girl child that you are seeing, that you are taking to these important meetings and teaching how to speak in those spaces? Is there a woman that is looking up to you and you are making sure they understand the journey that you're walking by bringing them into the journey physically? Sorry. I want to ask VP Guluza. Kaluza, sorry. She had a quote where she spoke about we are here to claim our rights, and that was also documented from the 1995 struggle. As a woman, I just want to ask that in these fighting spaces, in saying politically as activists, are those spaces safe? Are we comfortable in those spaces? Because I'm asking this because many who have walked the journey are not ready to share with us. There's a saying that says, I'm running so that you can walk this journey, to make it easy for you. But those that have ran the journey are not willing to share the experiences or make the journey easy for us. So us as young women, when we look at the journey that you have traveled and the things that you've been through, we feel it's not worth it. That is the reason why we are not engaged in activism. Sorry, I have a lot of questions. I also want to speak to Mrs. Sunshine. You spoke about the representation of women even in SRC levels. And I think at this time, also many students being here, UKZN, MUT, this is a very prominent time because this is where we are voting for SRC. Can we put a woman on top for real? Can we put a woman on top? Can we believe in a woman? Can we believe in a woman? And when that woman is on top, can the woman believe in another woman that is at the bottom? Because yes, the reason why we prefer male leaders is because males are accountable. Most of the time, male people will give help. In most instances, I have an instance where I went to a police station in Mbilo. And in that encounter, my friend had been dragged by a car by a male person. And when we got to that police station, it was not a woman that was gentle with us. Instead, she said, "Nizobayeka bafana." So I'm at a point of being a victim, but I'm not being helped. Because at that point, are you doing your job or are you disciplining? What is more important, my trauma or the discipline? So can we put a woman on top? Because there's no one who understands us more than a woman. If you are in an institution, you know how rapid GBV is going. Can we put a woman on top in these SRC levels? Thank you.
Sanibonani. Igama uNokukhanya wakwaNdlovu. I'm also a student from MUT and I'm a peer helper. I have a suggestion and a few questions. Regarding the issue of the LGBTQI programs. I've noticed in many areas that rural areas don't have enough exposure to this kind of lifestyle. And my question towards that is that, are there any programs that are facilitated in educating the communities about these kind of lifestyles? Because I think in that way, it would allow them to be taught and know how to deal and how to accept these kind of people. Not that they are different, they are the same as us, but then I think it would be a benefit to the communities. And also going to primary schools and high schools, maybe grade 6 and 7, and then from 8 up until matric. Those people also need to be taught about LGB and those, because that's where this whole thing begins. Lugotshwa lusemanzi. Sibafundisa besabancane ukuthi abantu be-LGBTQI, they are normal people, baphila njengathi, bekhule naleyo mentality leyo ukuze siqede lesi stigma lesi esikhona njengamanje sokuthi these people are different, they should be treated differently, banamadimoni nani nani. Whereas masibafundisa bebancane bazokhula bengenayo leyo nto leyo. And ngaloko kokufundisa abantu besifazane about politics. Thina as abantu besifazane, the youth, politics is sibe exposed kuyona when we reach university. What about back at home? Labo sibashiya emakhaya abangabanga nayo exposure yokuthi behambe beye kuma institutions beyofunda and get to like feel the environment of being in a political space. How are they getting opportunities like these ones? Khona yini indlela okwenziwa ngayo ukuthi lama seminars lawa akanje sikona njengamanje efinyelele kubona? I think that's all for now. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Greetings to everyone. Kamalam Musani Ngweniso. I am from the South African Youth Council. Yes, EThekwini. I've got 3 questions or comments. There was a comment that was made by your councillor regarding in Dabayuguti, young women find themselves sleeping with people for positions to advance their careers or political careers. So I think it's a comment that is very common in spaces where women meet. And I'm always troubled because I feel as though we are making the wrong noise when we ridicule young women who subject themselves to ukulala no muntu othile or a manager in exchange for the job that they've been hunting for so much, in exchange for the political position that they've been hunting for, that they qualify for, that they have all the credentials necessary to occupy, but because of patriarchy, they find themselves being put below on the list. I say this as a young woman who once led the SRC Howard and kwakukhona organization before you go for elections, and there was an agreement that there's 5 people here, and I'm among those 5. Overnight, the decision was overturned. A man was prioritized. I was put to be last, and there was no noise about it. You know, the organization that we were part of, there was no noise about it. And when you step out and decide to go in there, like, there's a bit of reluctance. But what I'm driving towards is this. I think what we should be necessarily making noise about is the fact that there are men in positions of power who take advantage of young, vulnerable women, and not necessarily the fact that the woman has put, because it is not by choice that you put yourself in a position where you're like, 26 years, imagine, fundile, I go and apply for a job, I don't get it, and then MEC Walapo comes to me and says, Sane, I won't get paid, kusasa uyangena kulesa sikhundla. What do I do? Ekhaya babheke mina kulambekile. I've been in this journey. I qualify, but no one is there to take me unless I subject myself to that humiliation. So I think imsindo kumele siwenze as women of this time is not to ridicule labo because they are merely victims, but rather to call out men who take advantage because they are in power and they have money. Also, I think the second one was on Lentole. There's a lot of comments that are made around women hating each other. In narrative and women don't like each other, men are united, you know. And it troubles me because I feel as though yesterday I was in some program. I didn't know I was going to be on my period. Chiki, something happens. I go to the bathroom. I don't have sanitary towels. A woman gave me a sanitary towel lapana for free. She didn't even like say hi. She gave me, and that for me was love and support from one young woman to another. You know what I'm trying to say? If my button is wrong, I get women say and say you're not dressed well. So I see love. And I was brought up in a space where the women were very much united and loving each other. However, in this Qatar is the limited space strategically by the system. Uzonikezwa ikhala ezu3 bese kuthiwa there's 5 women, there's 20 women who are applying for this, equally qualified. Mangabe usinika ama limited resources sizoqala silwe amongst each other, but if the opportunity was equal, there would be no need for us to fight each other. The only thing. So I think the fact that we are strategically placed at a position of disadvantage and inferiority, one of the speakers there, you know, the economic conditions that we are subjected to are causing this fight. Of course, relationships and other things, of course, was one attention. But I mean, generally, it's because there's a strategic agenda for us to be subjected to that. That's just my view. Also, the third one, ageism. There's a struggle that women are or they have been on for a while. In the early 80s, and we are still trying to recondition society to say ababona abantu besifazane as equals, and then now we are creating olunye uhlaka. It's just a thought lokuthi amongst this grouping yabantu besifazane abalwayo, there's also abantu besifazane abancane. Are we I don't know, it's causing a bit of friction. Ngisho lento because I'm a member of the ANC and I would see Women's League, there's a tension between the older women and the younger women, and yet I think these people should be fighting fights jointly. Is this introduction of young women as a different struggle and not causing the division be fully represented as women? I don't know. Thanks.
Sanibona. Igama lami nguNomfundo Ngwamhlongo, ngifunda eMangosuthu. Nginembuzo emibili kuphela. Oqala ungiubhekise ku Mama Inkosi Thabisile Zulu ukuthi as ubekade esho ethi yena as inkosi there are things azenzayo and abazi recognize as umuntu wesifazane. So what is it that you do to make sure that you are recognized in everything that you do? Secondly, I have a question for Umama Ugail Domfuthi. As ubekade esho ethi ku-government kunezinto la kunesikhathi lapho khona kuba khona umuntu wesifazane omncane ezokwenza ngayo yonke into ngathini azokwenza yonke into esemandleni akhe ukuthi enze umsebenzi wakhe, mase kuba khona lo wesilisa ukuba uyena omcindezelayo.
mase kufika isikhathi lapho khona electwa khona for ama positions kube yilo wesilisa ozowina. Inyanga iqala bengi-attende i-panel discussion Father Fikeni ekhuluma khona nge-corruption ukuthi khona izinto abazenzayo to make sure ukuthi isikhundla sithathwe umuntu okuyena yena. So mina ngibuza ukuthi what is it that you do to make sure ukuthi the position is given to the correct person? Yeah.
Ngiyabingelela. Bingelele uSpeaker, bingelele abahlonishwa bonke, ngibingelele ozakwethu. Siyabonga ngokuthola i-platform enjena singabantu besifazane sizokhulisana, and okwami nje kakhulu ukubonga on such topics that we have you have addressed us on, yabo. Kusinika indlela njengabantu besifazane abasakhula ukuthi imuphi umkhakha okumele siwuthathe ukuze nathi sizoyithola siyimele kungekho lapho esincike khona, ngoba uma sincikile kuyahlupha. Lento osukuncike kuyo mayisuka isuka uyawa, kanti mawuyimele wena usuke uwi right position. We thank you Ndabezitha. Uma uthi women have to have lessons. Umuntu akhuliswe azi ukuthi thina njengabantu besifazane akumelanga sibe at the back of the row, but we have to take a lead. And lapho sesikuma position, we have to be taught again on how to conduct ourselves. Njengoba usisi kade eshilo la, the first speaker uzakuthi ade khuluma ekuqaleni ukhuluma indaba ukuthi wathi uye police station bamtshela ukuthi uzobayeka abafana. Sinenkinga yabantu besifazane ababukelana phansi ukuthi mawuzofuna usizo kuye eqale kubuke ekususe phansi kubuke phezulu ekubona ukuthi awukho kwi-league yakhe bese khuluma umathanda nawo. Mhlawumbe lento isihlehlisa isiphinsela emuva emakhaya ukuthi ake emakhaya sifundiswe ukuthandana sisodwa singabantu besifazane. Mina nje making an example, wami ubaba, as much as I afford, but wayivele ithenge iphakethe elilodwa lama chips elifake kwibhawu leyodwa ethi dlanini shirani. Ngalokho safunda ukuthi I have to look after my sister. Angingadli usisi wami ngingamazi ukuthi yena udleni. Lokho kusenza ukuthi nanomunye umuntu wesifazane engingamazi engihlangane naye etafuleni, but I will look after her. Ngoba ngifundiswe ekhaya lento yokuba necare nomunye umuntu wesifazane. Ukhansela uGumede ukhulume ngama position in politics. Well, siyabona ushilo uzakwethu wathi siyasaba ngendlela okwenzeka ngakhona, but we are willing to step up and take those positions. We are willing to step up with focus. Bese ke kuba khona into Tishela akayimentioned mayelana ne-homosexuality. Wathi ayikho eBhayibhelini. Angifuni ukuthi ngiyakuphikisa Tishela, kodwa mhlamba si-extract singasho ukuthi ayikho eBhayibhelini. Asingamfaki uNkulunkulu ey'ntweni ey'funwa yithi. Asizenze izinto zethu ngendlela yethu singasho ukuthi uNkulunkulu uthe uNkulunkulu akashongo ukuthi asingamfaki nje uNkulunkulu, ngoba eBhayibhelini kukhona lapho kuvezwa khona ukuthi uNkulunkulu walibhubhisa iGomora neSodoma ngenxa yo-1 no-2 no-3 no-4. Bese Honorable Calusa, I think I'm saying that right, ukhulume ngo-50-50. Iyangikhathaza le ka 50-50 inhle emsebenzini yabo. Khona lapho 50-50 ubona kahle ukuthi akangeni ku 50-50 la. Njengomuntu wesifazane kumele ngehle. Ngathi imfundiso ezikanjena honorable zingaya ukuthi singabe sesifakana ehlathini kakhulu yabo. U 50-50 ube khona sibalansiswe sibe equal nabantu besilisa kodwa futhi siphinde sitshelane iqiniso ukuthi khona lapho 50-50 ongangeni khona singabe sesiphethe lento ka 50-50 kakhulu emphakathini as abantu besifazane ngoba sigcine seshawa kanti igcwele lento ka 50-50 kakhulu la ekhanda kumele sibuye sithobe phela singabantu besifazane sadalela ukuthoba ngiyabonga. Ngicela ukubingelela ngiyazakala. Speaker, members of the legislature, ama-panelists ethu nawo wonke umphakathi okhona namhlanje ngiyanibingelela. Mina anginayo ke i-question but ngine-contribution. Ngezwe nje ikhalazo ziningi kakhulu ukuthi abantu besifazane babukelana phansi. But inkinga iqalwa yithina abantu besifazane back emakhaya. Yazi ngiyele ngiyibuke lento sengiyibukile nje side isikhathi kuthi uma kuzalwa ingane yomfana kube ngathi kuze uMesiya ozosindisa isizwe. Jabule ngisho naye umama. Ithi khula lengane le yomfana ngisho ngabe kuthiwa ibincane laba abanye bebadala. But mase sekhona uboy wathi 18 uma ukuthi umama laba abangakaza benzisa i-driver's license uzothi ngoba usefuna ukudrivelwa aqale enzisa uboy. Athi ngizodrivelwa umfana wami. Leli phutha nje leli liqalwa yithina sabantu besifazane. Ingane zabesifazane zikhula zinaleyo nto ukuthi zona ayikwazi ukwenza ezinye izinto ngento etshalwa abazali bazo la emakhaya. Namhlanje I'm sorry ukuthi ngithinte lento it's sensitive but iqiniso. Abantu abaningi abantu besifazane iyalaphaya etown ubheka amaphara maningi but amaningi kakhulu awabesilisa. Bona laba abafana umfana kama. It's very long lento esenzayo sabantu besifazane. Ihambe izifike laphaya phezulu. Mase kufanele umuntu wesifazane abekele kwi-position aqualifyayo kuba kuyona, adeservayo kuba kuyona. Kube yinina futhi ngoba ningakholelwa kwini kumuntu wesifazane ube umuntu wesifazane. If singayilungisa leyo nto ekhaya angathi umama boy usisokho ufunani emgwaqeni ngalesikhathi hamba umshaye. Angithi usithatha amandla akho wena ezumama to discipline your kids. Usinikeza lokho usewu-deputy parent lo mfana omncane lo sekuyena ukubhala abafana uphumaphi wena amantombazane akubo. Sekuyena ubaba lakhaya. Uphumaphi wena ngalesi sikhathi usiyabashaya ngisho ukubashaya nje banibona abafana bewashaya nje abantu besifazane baqala ukufundiswa yibo mababa emakhaya ukuthi usisakho wrong mshaye. Ake siqale thina abantu besifazane sishintshe lapha emakhaya. Uma ngashintsha thina back la siwa khona emakhaya definitely will change the nation. Thank you.
Sibonge laphayana from equation ezisuka kwi-floor ne-engagements. Before ngiqhubeke, in the meantime ngisacela ukuphakamisa u-Honorable Mbatha acele abe esiza ngapha ngaphambili elungiselela ukusibongela i-panel. Ngizonika i-members zethu ze-panel u-2 minutes each nge-order ezihleli ngayo for ukuthi ziresponde and then zivele zenze ne-closing remarks zazo. Just briefly from comments from the floor, so zikhona questions as directed to individuals, but also they are broad questions. Eningakwazi nani ukuthi nike kuzo members of the panel. Just a few things ngengilungisela phaya sisi endabeni yeBhayibheli. I think there was a misunderstanding in terms of uhlobo engiyibeke ngalo, but there isn't time, to have that debate or discussion. But the point that I was driving across ukuthi asingathi i-LGBTQA+ community yinto yaphesheya efike manje. I was saying ayifikanga manje. That's the point that I was making. That's why I brought in the fact that mesiqala sithi umuntu ungenwe idemoni manje. It's not something new. Even within other traditional African communities, we've had gay and lesbian traditional healers. It has always been there. It has lived us in the history of humanity. Just like ngakusasa kuzovuka kuthiwe abafazi bafike manje espacini abafikanga namhlanje abafazi bebevele bekhona. Ngilungise lapho ke ngiyabonga. And then ezinye ngizozinikezela I think there was a question that was directed to me in terms of me teasing out the issue about the women of 1956 and saying we are standing on their shoulders today. And then I think that is linked to a question that was saying, can we trust a woman that is being put in that boardroom, and can they trust us? And I think there was a very important contribution that came from the floor in terms of how do we relate to each other? Do we even understand the struggles that we are having as individuals and collectively? And I liked the idea that we have been made to believe that as women, we hate each other. We are always in competition and all of that. It cannot be all of us here because professionally in these spaces of leadership and all, there are fewer women than men. But if you ask each and every one woman who's in here, in a leadership position, they will tell their different story of how they were supported by other women. I think we need to complicate the discussion around women's struggles and the dominance of patriarchy and the structural violence where women exist so much that they end up thinking that they are a competition over each other. So that is important. I think we need to reflect on that so that at least we can understand each other and then start fighting about how do we collaborate to get inside the room, to sit on the table together instead of going there as individually. I'll pass on the mic to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I think Unokanya, no. But I'm just going to respond to a question maybe directed to me, that what is it that I'm doing to show Uguti I'm in a position and I want people to know. Background ever since I've entered Isakhiwo Sobukhosi or the institution, I was the first woman to be in the executive, not because they were Amakhosi were just lenient, because of the things that I've been doing, and I told them time and again, Uguti, never appoint me or elect me if nifuna ukwenza gender balance. I just want to go there because there's something that I'm contributing to the institution. I've been the first woman to be in the executive. There's never been, even now I'm the only one. I've been the first to represent Amakhosi in the National House of Traditional Leaders, and I've been the first female deputy chairperson, not because they are just doing it, because of the things that I'm doing. In KZN, we never had an organization or a group that is for female traditional leaders. I'm the one who has created that group, which is called Umgogodla Women's Forum, where all the traditional leaders who are females are part of it, and Mama Bezizwe, who are spouses of the traditional leaders. It's because I try by all means to push the doors, push the ceiling, and make sure that I am pulling other women to come in. The unfortunate part is that when it comes to elections, like most of the panelists were saying, is that when they have to elect a woman, there's always a struggle, and they always do not trust that when you put a woman in a position, that woman is going to do the job. But I did a lot. As I was saying, that unfortunately, things that we do are not put out there in the media. But there was a question that was asking, Senzani emakhaya to groom ingane. I am one of the people abahlanganisa amantombazane ukuwa trainer and groom them ukuthi you know what, you can do it. Start by telling yourself, waking up in the morning uthi mina simanibani ngizokwenza lokhu nalokhu nalokhu. There's no boundary, there's no wall, there's no door that is going to be closed. If I'm a woman, I am going to do it. Hence, I always make it a point that I go to schools and encourage ingane from primary schools to high schools ukuthi yenzani sure ukuthi uma umuntu wesifazane noma uyintombazane yenza ngamandla akho onke. Angithi when indoda ithatha istep esodwa thina we take 10. Musukuba discourage, make it a point ukuthi you do it, and if you do it, put it upon your shoulder ukuthi mina I'm the one who's supposed to change the narrative. If you tell yourself that, then others are going to follow, because abazukuba naifiye. Izakhiwo zomndeni ethi at most of the local houses of traditional leaders, I made sure ukuthi I introduce into ekhuluma ngomndeni, isakhiwo somndeni, the importance of isakhiwo somndeni. Hence I was speaking about the cell phone. Emakhaya omunye udlela ekamereni, omunye udlela phi, we don't have that isakhiwo somndeni anymore. When we sit and umama will talk about the roles of umama, ubaba, akababa, or abantu abadala basixoxele ngezinto zokuthi how are things were done before, so that thina sifakeke manje empucuzekweni kodwa we still maintain ukuthi umuntu wesifazane unamandla. Yingakho when going to empini umuntu obalekayo wasondela eduze komuntu wesifazane akekho umuntu oyesuppose ukuthi amthinte, because women were respected. We need to change the narrative and go back in saying that akekho umuntu ofanele adicilele isithunzi somuntu wesifazane phansi. We have to do that. I am doing that wherever I am. Unfortunately angisuye nomuntu we-social media so that you'll be able to post these things ukuze nikwazi nina abancane ukuyibona ukuthi oh by the way, even in the traditional institution women are doing things that are building up an institution and are making a contribution to the South Africa at large. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga, ngicabanga ukuthi I will touch only on 3 things. Khona le ebithi how do we engage to our communities? Normally siba nama activities that we do as government, whereby we engage with not our institutions, with the normal community or resider nayo in the area, whereby it's optional in that manner. You don't force a person to come to a meeting, nor to a program that is happening in a ward base or in that community. Kuba ukuthi umuntu see the need of coming to that whatever event or that program that is happening, that when we normally engage to the communities without being in the varsity area, because it's not easy for one to force each and every person to say, I'm knocking in your door, I'm having such an activity. You must come by force to that activity, but you create something that will attract the community. Where are you coming from, so that you can be able to translate whatever information also the officer at that moment ukuthi uyidlulise to that community or to labo bantu age group that you want to engage with. And then when we talk about giving yourself for umzimba wakho, for in terms of umsebenzi, I'm sorry, I will talk broadly on this one. Nawe uzozithola usune stigma esimbi. Ziqhenye ngobuntombazane bakho. Be proud of your qualifications. Rather say, I didn't sleep with him, ngaluza umsebenzi, kunokuthi uthi ngila ngikhona ngaba umata ukuthi umuntu angisebenzise, because you're not going to be the only victim. That means wena uthi each and every person that is looking for umsebenzi kuleyo ndawo enalowo muntu wesilisa akadlule kumnyango odlule kuwona, because it is possible. Ama-challenges akuphethe ekhaya kusho ukuthi enza ukuthi wena uzehlise ubuntombazane bakho noma umuntu bakho bomuntu wesifazane ziqhenye ngawe. But it's now ama-department where you report such issues. Go there and report. Because even the panel is not created by one person. You're not going to be employed by one person. It's created by different people. Amongst them, khona nalo wesifazane. Ongakwazi ukuthi ureport ukuthi yazi la, and if ukuthi you feel like you did qualify for that position and you were not employed, uyakwazi ukufaka isikhalo sokuthi no ama-qualifications abethi and bethiwe i-qualification ifuna umuntu onokuthi mina I feel I did qualify and I did well in my interview. Why I didn't make it? Uyakwazi ukufaka leso sikhalo, but don't uzehlise uzireduce for the fact ukuthi ene unalezi lokuyacindezeleka. I do understand ama-challenges where we come from, and it's not nice because we suppose thina as leaders politically to take leyanto yokuthi ene I'm coming from a certain party, so which means I'm gonna employ people ngokwey'nhlangano. Fanele ngibheke ukuthi mina a person deserve for a position ayidingayo and uyenze kahle in ngokwe-qualification yakhe athole lowo msebenzi. And then bese siza la kule corruption. Corruption is there. If kuwukuthi ngingenza a scenario, siyabuka ukuthi just recently a council was sitting la eThekwini whereby kunomuntu engeke ngize ngimention izinto ey'ningi, but kunezinto ezenzekile ngahambanga kahle. Kunama steps that they follow ukulandela ukuthi ngempela did you qualify yini ukuthi ube kule position okuyona. Kuyalandelwa ukuthi iy'tifiketi zakho aziphekwanga yini somewhere, zilegit. If kuwukuthi kuyatholakala ukuthi you were cooking everything, ama-steps ayakwazi ukuthi uthathelwe inyathelo kubonakala ukuthi uqualifya ngendlela and kuqashwa umuntu ngendlela ekuyiyona yona. Siyazi ukuthi ama-bribery abakhona kuma-departments ahlukene, but kukuthina futhi again to make sure, because abantu abavumelayo ukuthi even ngabe kuthiwa i-speed fine, uma ngabe ngimiswa iphoyisa, I'm the one first ozothi asikhulume ngikhiphe imali then to get a ticket fine. Ithina esiprovoke labantu. Why don't we put a stop to it? Kungaze nje kufike kule ndaba yokuthi kuthiwa ikhona i-corruption. So ithina kufanele sidlale a role labantu thina esibaninusela ngemali, because imali impande yesono. Thank you.
Siyabonga. Uma siqala la kuthiwa we are growing from intergenerational think tank. Ngizocela ke mina nje from a university ukuthi thina sesiphumelele singakhohlwa ukuthi kunabanye abantu besimame abangaphumeleli. Singajabuleli nje ukuhlala eduzane namadoda and think ukuthi it is all relevant and enough. Nasebantwaneni who are at varsity, going there for 2 birds to kill 2 birds ngestone esodwa. If we uyabona ukuthi in the political aspirations that you have, awasebenzi awazoshesha kusebenzele, so that you are not blaming laba sebengaphambili for not creating opportunities, ungahlala e-university. We are there to mentor you, and there are many leadership positions that are vacant. Sengiphetha ngizocela nje ukuthi indaba ye-job shadowing ne-job mentoring eprovinsini yethu kube ukuthi iyenzeka namanye ama-provinces afike azo-benchmark-a nge-KZN ukuze abantwana bethu uma ngabe bekhuluma nge-women in leadership and women equity, we are talking about izinto ezenzakalayo. So let us be i-province yokuqala to embark in that pilgrimage yama-best practices. Masithi umhlaba wonke ezandleni asingaculi thina kuphela, but we must invite nalaba bantwana. Masithi it must, if it's not about us, it should not be about us. So singaqhamuki from spaces of privileges because we are there. We must know ukuthi there's continuity, and the continuity would be led by labantwana bangemuva. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying, you know, when we make reference to the challenges caused by women on women, it's in the way of creating a dialogue that seeks to say, in our quest of fighting patriarchy, in our quest of fighting against gender discrimination, we must not forget the bias that comes from women against women. It is in that context that we raise such issues, so that the fight that we need to take against patriarchy, even when you are faced with Dr. Ndlovu now, who is doing the same as a woman, you must be able to identify it. So it is in that context, colleagues. But equally, I want to, there's a child of mine here that asked a very, I don't know how to tackle that question, but what I want to say is it worth being in my space or in our space? Definitely it is. And I will tell you why. The challenges that comes with it have grown some of us. The challenges that come with it are responsible for us being who we are. You know, at times you take the worst and make it your best. So, you know, in most instances, people give up along the way. As young activists, you tend to say it's not worth it. Yazini ngono ngiyozingenela nje u-8 to 4 because it's not worth it. The reality is that if all of us were to say it's not worth it, then none would be there to ensure that the day you decide it is worth it, the space has been made available for you to be welcomed. So it is definitely worth it. What is important is to use the barriers, use the challenges for your benefit, and ensure that you grow from them and ensure that you learn from them. But equally, never stop learning from other women, never stop learning from other colleagues that have been there before. Some will not tell you what to do, but some will guide you. At times, what we do is, I know the speaker is mostly not liked for not giving us straight answers. She you know, at times what she would say is, you ask, "Konje rule bani okhuluma ngalento?" Athi, "Yo, uyanqena ukufunda rule book." What does that say? It says go and read so that you understand. And that's what majority of us have done. So that we understand the legislature space and we ensure that we become better versions of ourselves from the time we entered in 2019. So that those who will come in 2024 will equally learn the fact that awuzuspun-feedwa, but at times it needs you to go and read so that you understand and not rely on me telling you what to do. And if you go and do your own research, you will actually realize that what you are supposed to do can actually make you a better version of yourself. But there is one area that I want to get into the second last one. You know, when you speak of the issues of LGBTQI, the legislature has created platforms for the LGBTQI sector. And when we started in this administration to have the LGBTQIA plus symposium, in the first instance, Ndabezitha, there were many complaints about non-acceptance of the LGBTQI in the rural space. But as the years continued, you can now hear that there has been inroads. I guess it's because of the conversation that continues to happen. And I challenge each and every one of us, wherever we, because we are activists in our own right, let's create platforms that are going to make sure that we are accepted. Let's create platforms with those who are in authority. Let's have engagements with the traditional leadership and tell them when we are frustrated. When women had challenges of land, they did not say sizohlala. And they refused to put in the figure so that I can be given land. They said, not in our lifetime. What we are going to do is fight and change the status quo. So that's what we need to do. We need to change the status quo so that even those who are still afraid to come out will realize that it's no longer the same. If you come to the LGBTQI symposium, you will realize that majority of delegates are from the rural areas. All the way from Kwamhlabeyalingana to Kwagwataza, where I come from. You will find them there at the symposium and proudly speaking about who they are and their rights. And they will tell you without fear or favor, when you challenge them about God, they will tell you, they will challenge you back. I am amongst those who will say to you, do not tell me that the Bible is against the LGBTQI community, because the very same Bible speaks of acceptance. So it just depends on how you choose to navigate it. But lastly, you know, the issue of 50-50, colleagues. I proudly say I am amongst the women who believe in the struggles of 1956. I carry their resilience on my shoulders. I carry their fighting spirit on my shoulders, because when they were facing the battle then, abashongo ukuthi hayi thina vele ngoba ubaba uthi lento akuyona yabafazi asiyeke ingabe yabafazi. They took it upon themselves to fight so that nathi in 2023 we can have a voice. I can never sit here and say I will stop fighting for 50-50 women representation. I will challenge in the women's caucus. We must ensure that we challenge our colleagues from the other political formations to say, come and share the very same vision with us of opening the space for women in your political formations. Because the legislature has created a platform for women. So ukuze bakwazi ukukhuluma their own issues and also ensure ukuthi when I get into the legislature ngingazi nanokuthi ifundwa kanjani agenda. That women's caucus, that is the platform that has been created for women in parliament, gives me the platform to be able to equip me as the women, because what we can't take away, abantu besifazane, the historical imbalances esikhuluma ngabo namanje sisanavigate around wona. So until such time that we stop the navigation and we ensure that the fight is fully realized, some of us will never stop. And we will never stop because we know if the women of 1956 had stopped, we will not be sitting here today speaking proudly and broadly on things that ordinarily we would never speak about. So what we are saying is, let's continue the fight. Let's continue having debates. Let's continue having engagements in your respective spaces. Whether you are in Mangosuthu, at times, you know, when you are in certain institutes of higher learning, kuba sengazi ukuthi wena low level yabona nikhuluma ngale the university of choice yabona. So when you are in Mangosuthu, as if it's not a university of choice. So in your own university, in your own university of technology of choice, stand there and say, I am going to continue the fight, so that those who will come after me will know ukuthi now Umilapaya, she is from her own university of choice, Mangosuthu University of Technology, because it's my own university of choice. Yabona. So ningabizibone as if you are inferior. Ningabezwa bekhuluma kumnandi ukubuka lawa ma graduations akhona. But create your own platforms that are unique to Mangosuthu, you know. But what is important is for young women in every space to stand with each other. That is what is important. Stand with each other and learn from our mistakes, but also grow from the challenges that some of us have been, so that you become better versions of what you can achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I want to start here on can we put a woman on top, and then how do we hold each other with a couple? You know, when we got to university, she was the only woman on campus. And because we are figure in campus, you don't understand what's going on. This girl is always fighting. And then we later on understood what is it that she's fighting for. I think she had the highest votes, but she had numbers. Bamenza go SRC about the office like she's not there as if she doesn't have capacity. While she was the best in that team, but because of patriarchy, men did that to her. Fast forward to us, that came after her, we fought. We held each other, salwa. And then we're giving Boma deputy president, Boma treasurer, because now men were becoming uncomfortable because of us. They even at some point they were writing Boma social media, which this woman thing is problematic. So if you want to achieve something, you must be radical in your approach, be able to disturb the system. After us, then Gwafika Osane, the lady that spoke, she was the deputy president. After me, Kukonolu, and every other young woman in this room that have fought for us as women to be prioritized in the SRC. So my point is that when you guys are going to BGMs of SASCO, of PYA, we are going to list, ningavumi. When they say that a ban must be the president, walk away. Nipume in that discussion, because you're not being represented. If they're going to refuse, you walk away. It's simple as that. It can't be PGM, you're the highest in numbers, but you're going to be given deputies. So never allow for that thing to take place. And we are there to support you, because we've walked the journey before. So that abahamba iqala le chain. So no longer, I think I saw her somewhere here. Ulondi, when she was supposed to be Secretary General, they fought her. But she emerged just because we supported each other as young women. If you're not going to support each other, then you guys are not going to make it. So that thing is very important for you guys to implement and in Ibambe Londole. Then the other aspect was the aspect of imisebenzi. Antinte abafazi abancane abasebenzi. And that thing has made us to be victims of every other thing. It has made us to stay in relationships that are abusive because as sebenzi, which then is a call to government departments to employ equal opportunities for us as young women. If we're going to speak, if our government speaks of good governance must reflect the realities of our society. So good governance must reflect to report to users for use in legislature. What programs have they implemented to address economic challenges that young women are facing? So I think as Umpago way to in our next symposium, government departments must be able to come here and tell us opportunities for young women in order for them to come out from from the different challenges that they're facing. Bengasinikeza only quantitative aspects of what they've done, but qualitative indicators of the work that they've done to address unemployment mainly affecting young women. Ngiyabonga. Okay. All right.